Hello, hello, hello. We are live. Give me a few moments to get a few things set up. Like that. RoboPower. Hey, how's it going? I see you in the chat. Let's pop out this chat. Let's pop out this chat as well as that. I'm going to close these two videos. We're going to come back over here. I think your Pally build prep might need to change. Yeah. Infrasonic, I did. That's also one of the reasons why we're holding this stream. It's going to be a little bit of theory crafting as well as what's going to work. The healing hands thing was not a full video. It was not a full tree. I've only seen a few nodes. But we are going to be taking a look at it on this stream. I just need to get a few things set up. Hey, Ben2Bean, what up? Over on YouTube. Trying to get all these things in place. Let me get these chats all opened up. All right. Well, welcome everybody. So the purpose of this stream today is to kind of go over our options as people who might have never played, who might never have played Last Epoch, or we're going to be playing in a cycle, and you've chosen Paladin as like your starting class. Or maybe you're looking to get sold on a class. Hey, what up, Rinda G85? So we have the Healing Hands skill tree. So I've already known for a while Healing Hands skill tree was coming to Last Epoch. So I've already been thinking about prepping for incorporating Healing Hands into the game. I also have a Last Epoch build planner. So let's just look. Yeah, okay. So the Last Epoch build planner does not have the skill tree for Healing Hand. I'm calling it Healing Hands, and in their title they called it Healing Hands. I'm so from here on out, I know this says Healing Hand. I'm going to be calling it Healing Hands. So let's go ahead and take a look at this blog post. So Healing Hands is a baseline. Healing Hands' ability, which casts a little area of effect. Here it is in action over here. Well, yeah, right there. Well, he's attacking and then he casts it once. Nice little area of effect. You get immediate healing as well as continued healing. Let's kind of read through some of the text here. Healing Hands is a skill, existed for quite some time, but it hasn't had a tree. With our release of Last Epoch, Healing Hands will finally begin its long-awaited skill tree. And we already know that this is going to be like an upfront. You're not going to be like standing in the back like, go team, heal, heal. No, you're going to be like up there, up front, like, yo, who's your daddy? The baseline Healing Hands is an ability which casts a medium-sized area of effect which heals all allies, including yourself, for an immediate burst. Now we got the idea of what Healing Hands does. Now they have not shown the full tree, but what we do have here is a few nodes. Looks like we might be able to, I don't know if there's a generic skill tree right here. I see the Healing Hands right in the middle, so it is a full tree. I don't think these are every node on the skill tree. Looks like there's... So let's read this. Both heals from the ability scale with increased healing effectiveness, which Paladin stacks a lot of, as well as the nodes on the skill tree. This grants Healing Hands. Okay. I feel like it was my understanding that this was not the full skill tree. Otherwise, I feel like they would have shown it, because we kind of see something right here. They touch on, okay, let's look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 nodes. Maybe these are the most efficient nodes. Everything else is kind of like +1 to whatever. Yay. Okay. So with Cleric's Hammer, this one I found interesting, but I do have a few concerns. You're essentially, as a solo player, I feel like this wouldn't be very useful to you. This might be useful to your party if you're playing in a game with other people. I primarily play solo. I have played with other people in the past. It's been a lot of fun, but for the most part, I play solo. So you can get up to 100% chance with all 4 points in the skill to gain, to have the ability to have Healing Hands cast on its own. So this implies that if that's all you want to use Healing Hands for, you can leave it off your skill bar, automatically cast when you make an attack. I feel like with the mana cost, because I believe mana cost of Healing Hands is 11, 110% increase. So we're looking at, what is that, 23 mana? There's a few builds that can pull this off, but this very specifically says melee attack. So, you know, one thing I was thinking was you might be able to get away with like a smite build, like maybe like a Warpath smite, especially one where you want to try and keep your mana low. Regardless, this could be a great way to keep it low while healing yourself. But at the same time, I'm already thinking this is going to be for your melee friends mostly, because otherwise you can just take one node. You can take, what is it? Go to the passive tree. Once you've unlocked Void Knight, you dip 6 points into here and you get melee damage, leeches health immediately. You don't have to invest any skills. You don't have to invest anything else. You immediately get leech, because this is going to require you to hit an enemy. This is going to require a proc, a melee attack. And like, let's say you're using something like Vengeance, right? Vengeance is a very good skill, and you hit with Vengeance, which normally doesn't cost any mana. Well, essentially you're giving Vengeance a 23 mana cost. And yes, you do get to heal yourself at the same time, but I feel like you're already better off with Health Leech, unless the healing from this is much better. So this is going to be very build specific, and in whether or not you're playing in a group, because playing in a group, I could see this being absolutely insane. If you're healing, like you're rolling with like your werebear friend, you're smacking, you're just healing him automatically. That might give him options. This could also potentially be useful for somebody who's using something like, let's say, like a Titan Heart, or I'll say the number one use case for me as a solo player that I'm using my noggin right now is if you're using Face of the Mountain. Do you guys know what Face of the Mountain is? Let's go check out Face of the Mountain right now. No, it's Peak of the Mountain, isn't it? Face of the Mountain's a shield. Peak of the Mountain. Here's one reason why it's not super popular with leech melee builds. You cannot leech health from critical strikes. This would circumvent it. Cleric's Hammer would certainly circumvent it. And now this is assuming you don't mind having it on your skill bar and you're just tapping it to heal yourself. I feel like this would definitely, like, with this ability right here, you unlock a decent amount of Peak of the Mountain builds. And you know what? You probably wouldn't be afraid to also use Titan Heart. You guys familiar with Titan Heart? So for the Warpath build, that is a constant spend to heal. True, the main problem I'm seeing here is this huge mana cost, 110%, and you heal less, but at least you get like, and this only applies, if you notice, it only applies to indirect costs. So this implies, it looks like if you have this, your mana costs are going up, but if you tap the button, assuming it's on your skill bar, while you're not hitting somebody, you get the full healing. But if it's on, like, let's say your melee weapon and you're attacking somebody with it, you're gonna be doing less heals. I could definitely see this being insane. You can use Peak of the Mountain and you can use Titan Heart potentially. Titan Heart, one of its main problems is you can't regenerate health, but you can still health leech. But Titan Heart and Peak of the Mountain together typically is not a good mix, because you can no longer leech and you can no longer regenerate health. It's like you have next to no sustain. But with something like Healing Hands, potentially you could circumvent this and get around it. And it doesn't matter how many points you put into this, Healing Hands mana consumption is still going to be 110% because it doesn't scale with points. So if you could already circumvent this right off the bat. So Void Knight Auto Bomber's biggest issue was survivability. I think with HH on Smite Synergy that might change. Oh, I totally missed that infrasonic. Sorry. I saw my wife post something. Yeah. So with the HH on Smite Synergy, that might change. Yeah. Yeah. So more favorable towards range damage. Hand of Aurealis or Aurelis allows Healing Hands to instead synergize with direct smite casts, adding its own healing area to smites. Combined with Searing Light, added damage to Healing Hands area of effect. Healing Hands can further augment smite builds with additional hit damage. All good, man. Good timing. Yeah, yeah. Searing Light. Healing Hands now hits enemies within area of effect, dealing spell fire damage. Okay, so you've turned it kind of into a quasi smite. And then this one just gives you, when you directly cast Smite, you have a chance to cast Healing Hands around the target location. Okay, so this one's going to be tricky, though. Like this is cool. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, putting on Smite is cool, but it's the healing. The healing's going to be going to where the enemy is. And there's a decent amount of builds out there that... This feels kind of like a more of a ranged healing support. It sounds like it. Now, Smite, as far as I'm aware of, already heals. Smite already has a bit of a healing factor. Let's go back over here. Let's look at skills. So, Smite targets an enemy, healing allies around the target for 60 health. So this is basically gonna juice this up. Cannot be used without a target. And remember, you can also teleport with Smite. So is it a teleport plus healing combo? That's the one I found a little interesting, but I don't know if it's... Again, Healing Hands is feeling like a really strong group play spell, but for the solo player, I feel like, me personally, it's looking like it might have a few niche cases. Because if I'm playing, right, and it's like, oh, well, it's now not a teleport, it's now a traversal skill. That's the word. It's now a traversal skill. I can traverse with this, but now it's got a 6-second cooldown and it's got a mana cost. Let's go ahead and take a look back at the traversal skill. Dash to target location. Now, you don't require a target, unlike dash, and you're immune while moving. This is huge. But you got a 6-second cooldown on your healing spell. But you can still move. And there's ways we can circumvent that. Let's go back to the planner. Real quick. Just about every sentinel takes this. Let's 30% cooldown on movement skills. You know, it's a thing. So I mean, we could take Valiant Charge. Just about every Sentinel takes Valiant Charge. It's super powerful. 30% cooldown reduction on a movement skill. That's probably why it's 6 seconds, because the devs already know. Well, Nikes, we already put this thing into the game. What's good? Hey, what up, Sandor? Was that Clegane? We're just we're working on some Paladin like theory crafting, and we're gearing this more towards beginners. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take like all this information that we've kind of put together, and I'm gonna start a new Paladin, kind of test some of it out, just to see like how viable is this. And I'm talking like brain dead start. Well, not brain dead, but like super start. Like use whatever I find. I can't use stash. I can buy myself one stash tab to act as if I'm a brand new player. Yeah. Healing Hands chance to cast on Smite. So I mean, this would. So you're gonna give Smite a higher cost, higher mana cost, because it's gonna use 70% of Healing Hands mana cost. And on top of it, Smite already heals on its own, but you're going to be juicing up that heal by a lot. But it's going to be at the target, so it kind of makes you like a ranged healer. Again, this seems more like group play healing. But you could also take Syrian Light, which actually turns Healing Hands into a ranged area of effect thing. Am I reading that right? Healing Hands now hits enemies within its area of effect, dealing spell fire damage. Added spell damage applies to it at 200% effectiveness. Okay, Divine Bolt. Healing Hands also adds support for Divine Bolts. By picking up the Divine Catalyst node, you will cast a number of Divine Bolts with every direct use of Healing Hands. Further, with just 1 point in this node, all sources of Divine Bolt will scale with the nodes in Healing Hands. Okay. You know, Divine Bolt has always been kind of like a weird little alternate effect that you can get to trigger. Let's go back to the trigger. So under Paladin, you have a 20% chance to cast Divine Bolt on melee hit. And 20% chance, and it's just Divine Bolt does such and such. Is there a way I can actually read? Let's just... Okay, so let's choose Paladin Mastery. Let's go back to the passives. Oh. And 2 more. Bam, there we go. Five points here. Bam. Divine Bolt. Do I have to hit like Alt? How do I look up Divine Bolt? Divine Bolt is a projectile of holy energy which deals fire damage to the first enemy target it hits. So it literally just does fire damage. Okay. But this is a way for you to be able to use Divine Bolt and to scale Divine Bolt with an actual skill tree, kind of like how if you guys play Druid at all, and you know how you like transform, and now you have all these new abilities, but none of them are. It's like they're kind of weird now. but you start to realize, oh wait, this skill while I'm transform, I can actually get it to scale off all the points in this tree or that tree. This looks like it's the same thing for Divine Bolt. It has to be specific passives. Then Divine Bolt scales from all sources, scales with nodes on this tree. That's interesting. All right, let's look at Raye's Chariot. Healing Hands can be converted into a traversal skill. Charging to a target location, casting Healing Hands upon arrival. This adds a 6-second cooldown to Healing Hands. However, unlike Lunge, Raye's Chariot does not require a target to move to. I like the fact that you're immune while moving. You don't require a target, you require a target location. It counts as a traversal skill, which means you can't, while this is on cooldown, you can't use another traversal skill like Lunge. And as a 6-second cooldown, we can take 30% cooldown reduction, so that'll shave about 2 seconds off, and there might be something in the tree to help lower the cooldown as well. So you're looking at around a 4-second, maybe lower cooldown on the skill. Not too bad. You might even get that down to 3.1 or 3.2. The thing is, it's also going to cost mana an alright amount. What I'm thinking though is, why would I want to take this, use it as a traversal skill over something like Lunge, which is already a pretty decent one. I can get charges in Lunge, and on top of it, when I dash to an enemy, I heal a huge amount to me personally. Again, this feels like this would work really well with group play. But it's something I'd still check out. I will, when I'm playing this character, when I play on launch, I'm probably going to take Healing Hands just to use it and see if I feel like, yeah, this is dope, or no, this sucks. I don't think it's going to suck. I think it's going to be amazing. It's just like, how beneficial is it to the solo player? Prefer to channel your healing powers through your blade. Take this node will convert Healing Hands into a melee attack, converting spell damage from the tree into melee damage. Heavy melee attack, which provides strong healing. Seraph Blade embodies the strongest aspects of the Paladin mastery. Now skills with melee damage instead of spell damage, and effects on this tree that granted spell damage now grant melee damage instead. Healing Hand still heals you as well as allies. Now this one I find the most interesting. This is one that, you know, instead of doing like a Void Cleave multi-strike thing, maybe I'll do like a Seraph Blade setup. Prefer to channel your healing powers through your blade. Unbroken Prayer plus Skyfall. Like a good Sky Beam. By assigning Unbroken Prayer, converting Healing Hands into a channeled ability, you can further specialize it into Skyfall by paying an additional mana cost each second. You deal additional fire damage over time while channeling Healing Hands. Scorching Clear, a path of righteousness. Yeah, that's true. Lunge does have a few weaknesses. Especially that if you like, and you'll be invulnerable, you won't take any damage. I do think there's some uses. I'd say the traversal skill, it being a traversal skill, and the Seraph Blade are the most interesting to me. All right. Okay, so Seraph Blade, or that was the Healing Hand skill tree. I'm interested to see what we can do with it once we have a full skill tree. I mean, those are a few select nodes, but definitely very interesting, and I am most likely going to take it when I'm leveling up a Paladin on release. Yeah, same. Yeah, I'm going to take it just because. Now, I might end up dropping it, but... Oh, okay, so let's switch this back over to Sentinel. So let's kind of look at what we got. So we have a level 5 Sentinel. I chose level 5. We don't have a lot of options at this point. And even so, we're going to be blowing past level 5 pretty quick anyway. So we're probably still going to be using Worn Plate. And honestly, we might not even have any prefixes or suffixes or anything on there. But let's just put one. We'll put like 2 strength on there. That's probably going to be easy to find. If I could find a 2-handed axe or a 2-handed sword, I would possibly use that. Starting off, let's just say forestry axe. I'm not going to put anything on it. Probably going to have like a battered helm. So we're level 5. And these are the skills that we're going to have available. What would be the best skills to take? Now, obviously, we can hold out. So, as you guys, as I've been talking, I was talking about this yesterday. I'm most likely going Void Cleave Multi-Strike, right? But here's the thing. Starting off, we have to be level 19 to use Void Cleave. That's cool. That's not going to take forever to get there. But, you know, there might be some people who want some more information. Like, well, what should I use until I hit level 19? Then on top of that, you got to put 15 points in the Sentinel tree to unlock Multi-Strike. So I think it really comes down to, after 5 levels, what should you specialize in first? Now, we have a lot of strong choices here. A lot of strong choices. We got Vengeance, Rive, Warpath, Hammer Throw, and then Lunge. We're going to have 1 specialization. I believe we get 1 specialization at pretty early on. I'd have to... It's been a while. Let's take a look at this. We're going to just create a new Paladin. I'm not going to create an offline character. I'm going to create a new online character. We're going to name Reginald. And we're just going to go standard. I'm just going to skip past this. If you haven't seen that before, just on release or whatever you're playing, feel free to watch the intro. Alright, so let's see what we got. We are going to be starting with a basic Gladius, a Worn Plate, a shield, a belt. Basic. Here are the skill trees. So we get our skills at 4, 8, 20, 35, 50. Good. I couldn't remember this part. But we automatically get Vengeance unlocked, right? Because you got to be level 1. So but we get Rive at level 5. Warpath, Hammer Throw, Lunge. I think for me, it's going to come down to gear, but I find Vengeance very appealing to me. And the reason why, you take 1 point Executioner, and then immediately you start putting points in Bolster. Vengeance is a very powerful skill early on, and it can be late game viable in certain builds. I haven't tried out that Vengeance Hammer build. That looked kind of nuts, but you're not going to be doing massive damage with this, which early on, like, are we going to really care? But I'm just thinking, like, you can immediately get Bolster and get some damage reduction. But, like, let's say we want to start doing damage. I think Hammer Throw is also another decent alternative, because you could put 2 points here, and then you have a chance to double your damage. Now, your hammers don't return, but you get a chance to double your damage. Rive, honestly, you're probably going to be doing the most damage with Rive. That or Warpath. Now, Warpath's a little bit different. It actually costs mana. I believe Hammer Throw costs mana and Lunge costs mana, but Vengeance and Rive will not cost mana. And Rive is a very interesting skill here, because this skill you can actually, now it's going to require some points, but 2 points, 4 points, 1 point. After 7 points, a portion of your attacks are going to automatically crit Rive. That could be very powerful. There's a lot of potential here with focus strikes. So let's pull up the windows. So if I was going to, me personally, I think I would choose Vengeance to specialize into. Three points right off the bat. You get 20% armor, 10% less damage taken. And then at level 8, the Lunge could be useful, but I don't see a point. I'd just say put it on your skill bar and then spec into Warpath, Hammer Throw, maybe even Rive. Like, I know it's gonna be kind of weird having both Vengeance and Rive on there, but if you don't mind, like, just having 2 basic attack abilities on there, by level 8, you could be doing well. We could also take a look at Shield Bash, because honestly, I have not spent a lot of time with Shield Bash. Is this skill even worth it? Okay. I might just have to play it and see. So we can get a block chance. What? So it costs mana and it's 10-second cooldown. Now you can make it slow people. Has a chance to cause one enemy to drop a potion. Your next shield throw can ricochet 5 additional times after using Shield Bash. That is interesting. Cutting Edge. Shield Bash reduces enemy armor and costs less mana. Okay. Easy way to get early armor shred stacks. That's a huge mana cost. Stun duration. Okay. Well, let's check this out. So we're here just doing vengeance things. Oh my gosh, I'm so slow. Yeah, Vengeance does not do that much damage without points. Let me just ignore that guy and just keep moving. Just like, alright, have fun, bye. Okay, well now we can actually do some Warpath. This might be a little bit better for the damage. Alright.
When you arrived, I can play. Are you also good? His name's Grail. No wonder. Come, let me watch you fight.
PJ Star, so I've decided I don't like monoliths. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. It did seem like you're really enjoying starting new characters, though. Do you think that's going to be like your little niche with Last Epoch, is trying out new builds, starting new characters? All right. Okay, Hammer Throw does seem... Hammer Throw is very strong. Hey, what up, Air Dragon? And it costs like next to no mana. It may happen, but I also might learn to like monoliths. They just feel unrewarding to me right now because, like I said, that could change. I'd say give it a chance, PJ, and then just try and get through. Like, you're already probably a high enough level anyway. Just try and get through them as fast as possible so you can get to empowered and then start pushing corruption. If you don't like that system at that point, then you know you gave it your fair shake, and I think that's commendable. All right, so yeah, the increased critical strike chance, cool. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, so Warpath is a pretty good starter as well. Well, my first big issue, I ran in that I was smashing through everything, but I tried to kill Shade of Orbis for +4 corruption, and he kicked my butt. Well, okay, so here's a fun thing about Orbis. He changes every time. He's not always the same. If you go to a different Orbis, he will change. But here's what I'm going to recommend to you. Don't waste time trying to push corruption in regular monoliths because you can only go up to 50. I'd say it's better just to, you know, work your way through them. And I would also say, me personally, and not everybody agrees, but I feel like enough people agree with me that I could say this with some confident backing from others. Don't waste your time full clearing monoliths. That's really going to be very draining because you're going to feel like you're not getting much done. go into a monolith, complete the objective as fast as possible, go to the next one. You're going to get more rewards and more loot from the end of the rewards. Yes, you'll get less stability in monoliths, but you'll be able to clear more monoliths faster. It gives you a better sense of progression, as well as you're going to get access to more rewards faster. If you're just sitting there full clearing each monolith, it's going to be very draining. All right, so now we got a choice. If we wanted to use hammer throw, I don't see the point in using something like Assassin's Great Mace, but we could probably use this with Vengeance. I have to put something here. Okay, we'll put another hammer throw. See, that's the advice that I was looking for, and I was having trouble finding the exact information anywhere. Yeah, and that's a personal thing for me, but you're here often enough that I think you at least vibe with the way I think about the game, at least to an extent. And full clearing a monolith, in my opinion, I feel like it's better to go to the next one. Air Dragon's got something he wants to add to that conversation. Full clearing a mono gives you more XP, but hitting up the mono and going quickly to the objective and leaving gives you more loot for your time. Okay. Well, I wasn't paying attention. Luckily, this wasn't hardcore, because that would have been it. Yeah, I fully agree, Air Dragon. Okay.
We're almost there. I'll see you ahead.
So stun chance and damage over time. No, I do like the two-handed approach, but I feel like a mace is a little too slow. Okay, we'll take the 7%. So when is a good time to target farm uniques? There's a bow and quiver from the first one. Oh wait, you full cleared every mono up until you got to Empowereds? Yeah, I would not recommend that as well, Air Dragon. PJ Star, when's a good time to target farm uniques? I would say when you get to Empowereds, because while you're in Empowereds, hey, live and learn. All good, man. So PJ Star, when you get to Empowereds, I'd say that's a good time to target farm, because right now you're going to be focusing on just getting the stability up in your monoliths and then moving to the next timeline. That's what I personally would do. I would personally just get enough stability, complete all of it, and go. If you see one of those along the way, go for it. Why not? But I would say save that for when you get to your empowered monoliths, because then when you're actually like going through and you're farming Corruption 100 and you're like looking for those nodes, and you've already done like 4 or 5, and you're like, okay, I want to pump up the difficulty a little bit more. I've pushed all the way out here. I can do a Shades of Orbis that's going to add like 16 to 25 corruption in this timeline. It's going to raise the difficulty a little bit, and I'm going to get it's going to reset the timeline and let me farm for more of those. That's when I would do it. Okay, so, oh, whoops. Okay.
I cannot do that. Sounds like they're speaking of, I must head there now.
All right, so I want to take 2 points here. I think that's a good start. So So we've already unlocked these abilities. Now, we're next going to get Rive. Also, we'll avoid a build that needs a specific unique next time. Once I get a decent stash of uniques, then you're going to try it. Got it. Okay, that's why I was wondering, because there are reset nodes themselves that just let you reset at the current difficulty, so I wasn't sure if I should be doing that now or waiting. I mean, you can certainly do it now, but I feel like you're going to get better chances at a higher corruption. That's why I'd recommend waiting till you get to empowereds and then just kind of farm for a while on 100 corruption. But what I would recommend doing first, once you get to 100 corruption, is assuming you stick with it. I know you said you've already kind of had your own opinions about it, but let's assume you like it. You want to stick with it. When you get to 100 corruption, I would highly recommend you go to every timeline and you complete the boss again and look for better blessings. And one way you might do that is know which blessing you're looking for, because in Empowered, you're gonna the blessings you get are gonna be way better than the blessings you get in regular monoliths. And I would start with the timelines that are going to give you the best blessings. So probably like, what was it, Age of Winter or Spirits of Fire. Those two, you can generally pick up armor buffs from those. Those are pretty good. Reign of Dragons is amazing if you can get that critical strike avoidance blessing. Or if you need a specific unique, start with that timeline while you're looking for the blessing. That'll give you a chance to farm for the unique, build up stability, fight the boss. Hopefully you get the blessing on the first try. If not, just keep farming for your unique that you're looking for, and then you're passively along the way building up stability, allowing you to fight the boss again and build up better chances at getting that blessing that you're looking for. Right. I can't use any of this. This is a new player start. Let's name. So we're gonna buy one stash tab. Yes, you may say, hey, a new player's not gonna have 600k. Well, a new player's also not gonna have max out stash. There we go. Sorry for all the questions, but this is very good information. I really appreciate the advice. I'm certainly not giving up on the game this quickly. Hey, PJ Star, this is what I'm here for, man. I'm here to help you out. We're getting ready for launch. I don't know what my channel is gonna look like. If I'm gonna have more people in here asking questions, less people. So get them out now, because we're not exactly sure what is gonna look like on launch day. I want to be able to help you out, get you guys as ready for 1.0 as possible, and then I'll still be here for 1.0. You can jump in here, ask me a question, watch what I'm doing, whatever. I want to help you guys out because I'm very grateful for the fact that you guys are here and you're watching. You've helped me grow on YouTube. You guys helped me grow on Twitch. I really appreciate that, and I'm here to help you guys out. Okay. So far, I'm leaning towards, because I'm thinking as a new player, like, this is cool. Like, I know that this is powerful, but a new player is probably going to be leaning towards a Gladius. Let's try out the two-handed Great Mace some more. And when we're level 5, I'll try out Rive for a little bit, and then I'll decide what I want to specialize in. Okay, well, we got most of our stuff. Let's go ahead and set up a loot filter. I'm going to create a new loot filter. New player. So what we're going to do, we're going to make it that same blue color. We are going to hide. We want rarity. We're going to hide the whites. Update that. I still want to be able to look at the blues. Let's add a new rule. Let's look for our class affixes. All right, but I only want to see them if they're tier 3. And then let's recolor and make it, because we're not going to have any, like when we're starting over, we're not going to have any shattering materials. I don't want to just have my inventory filling up with stuff, because I know me personally, I'm going to be like, oh no, it's a class affix. I don't want to throw it away. I don't have any of those. Well, I don't have any shatter. Okay, one more question. Should I run the dungeons in the arena when I get keys, or hold on to them for later? Should you do that now? I'm going to say this. There's no harm in trying them out now just to see if those are activities that you're going to like. But once you get your blessings, even if they're just your standard blessings and not your grand blessings, you're going to want to go into those activities after you get those blessings, because those blessings affect you throughout the entire game. So going into those activities, you're not going to have those blessings, and those blessings might help you out a decent amount. But I will say there's no harm going in there low, like level, like tier 1 on the dungeons, and just trying it out. The way the dungeons are set up, they're set up as ways for people with alternate characters to skip through parts of the campaign. Because obviously you're going to need a key to get in the dungeon, and you don't get keys until you get to Monolith. So I'd say go knock out a tier 1 dungeon. You might get something pretty cool, and then you'll see if you like that. If you're going to start farming them, I would wait. I would definitely wait. Get your blessings. Make sure you get some decent loot, and then you can go farm them, because you can also get even better loot there. But if you die in a dungeon, you get kicked back to the beginning. There's no respawning. You get kicked back to the beginning. You essentially lose the key. Alright, so we're going to hide normal items. We're going to recolor all items with our class affixes. But I'm making it only tier 3. Affix. Also, as a new player, I'm probably going to want to try and find health. So more equal to tier 4. I think I like that. And then we're gonna recolor, make it green, emphasize, update. I mean, a little extra physical damage doesn't hurt. No, I'll keep the physical resistance. Okay, I think I'll take a forestry axe with stun chance. It's still super slow. Honestly, that 50% crit chance is probably slightly better. I mean, we get a little bit more attack speed. Kind of a conundrum here. All right, let's add Rive. Okay. PJ Star, are you still there? Did you hear my response? Over on YouTube? Okay, so hammer throw feels okay. Honestly, it feels kind of sneaky against these bigger groups of enemies. You know, you get the hit and then the return. So what clash? Yeah, I did. Thanks. I've run a couple dungeons, but probably not arena. I'll probably wait. Okay, that makes sense. So what I'm probably gonna do is I'm probably gonna take vengeance. We're gonna put one enemy here, 1 point here. So I'm gonna try specializing vengeance. So certainly you're gonna get more damage out of Rive. But vengeance as a skill, we're going to be able to get that damage reduction. If I had actually specialized in it earlier, going into this upcoming little boss fight here, we probably would have had it level 2 by now and actually gotten some of the levels. Yeah, sure. Okay, this gives me cast speed. Alright. So I want to keep putting points here for Juggernaut. Gives us a nice range. Okay. So what I'm probably going to do for this guy is just keep my distance. Keep my distance, runs in and attacks. I feel like hammer throw is actually not too bad against this guy. See, that's what I want to avoid. That's why I'm thinking, at least early on, get vengeance. Get a level in it, you know, get up to level 2, and then take a point here. Because what this is going to do is this is going to give you an armor percentage increase plus a damage reduction increase. Damage reduction. Because Vengeance on its own, without being specialized, feels pointless. But if you specialize into it, you can pick up these 2 nodes, and this will give you a huge amount of survivability, at least early on. And then you can either respec it later, once you have some more survivability, or go with something like Rive. And go with something like Rive. Hammer Throw feels nice. I certainly feel like I'm losing a lot using a 2-handed weapon here, though. Like, I'd probably be better off with this, because Hammer Throw doesn't scale from anything on here. The only thing it was scaling with on the 2-handed mace was that 50% critical strike chance. Alright. Health. This is nice. This is going to give us some armor plus that nice little health bonus. We're going to get rid of that. For Warm Plate, this is going to give us mana and more resistances. This is nice. Now, the first time I ever played this, that guy actually dropped a unique. I don't know if that's going to happen with a brand new fresh start cycle character. Probably not, but I could have just been lucky the first time I played. Alright. So this should give us a nice little bit of damage reduction. I think the biggest thing for me is the move speed. I just feel so slow right now. Okay, so should we take a resistance? Fire resistance is probably not going to be super useful. I mean, it's a resistance, though. Fire resistance, that could be. I'm not going to get rid of those gloves. I'm going to keep the physical resistance, so I'm going to get rid of that belt. I'm going to get rid of that belt. And rid of that belt. I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to hold on to this. We're going to get rid of that. What I need is a good single-handed sword weapon. There we go. So this is going to give us damage and attack speed. That's nice. Gives us a passive point. So I'm going to put 2 points there. I'm going to put a point there. I think I'm going to swap out Warpath for Rebuke. Just for a little extra damage mitigation. Right now I am liking Hammer Throw. So we unlock Shield Bash at level 7. This is a skill I wouldn't mind checking out. So we can get block effectiveness, 4 seconds. We can also slow the enemies. This can be really nice. Shield Bash no longer requires a shield, but costs mana. Okay, so I like Vengeance for the damage reduction, but Rive is very strong. I wonder what would happen if we ran... Like, I've been using Hammer Throw just to get through some of the earlier bosses, just some of the earlier ads, just for that extra damage. But for our next specialization... Because I think the first time I ever ran Paladin, I think I used Rive. That was cool. I'm just looking for a smooth start. And I definitely have felt the effects of Vengeance. But Rive feels more damage effective, if that makes sense. And then having Hammer Throw here helps with some of these enemies. Having that Rebuke there is nice. So I tap this guy once and immediately I have damage reduction for 2 seconds. On top of that, I'm able to use Rebuke to help against like those big AoE attacks. So now that we have Rebuke, is this really necessary? Rive might just be a better start in terms of damage. Because, like, already I'm doing next to nothing with Vengeance. Like, I'll just, like, one tap with Vengeance, and then I'll do this. I'm already leaning on my other skills to make up for what the lack of damage from Vengeance. It's just Vengeance gives such a nice damage reduction early on. Oh, okay. Two-handed axe. With melee attack speed already on it. Okay. Scholar's boots. There's a little bit of armor. +1 to intelligence. That might not have been good. I could have immediately gone into armor clad. Yeah, so I might be changing my tune, my opinion. I think Rive is probably just a better start. It's gonna feel better for a newer player. And then you're gonna do more damage with it. Your base attack speed's a little bit higher. And you can take something like Rebuke here, an unspec'd Rebuke, for those situations where you will need the damage reduction. Because like right now, not getting a lot out of Vengeance other than we're getting a 10% damage reduction. Especially when we get to these bigger enemies, I'm already using my other abilities. I'm using the hammer throws, the other stuff.
I'm sure you have questions, but let me first check and make sure the Epoch's safe. I'm sure you have questions, but let me first check and make sure the Epoch's safe.
Bye, homie.
It's Hera's blessing. Prayers be with you.
Okay, I'm gonna assume I have no gold at this point. So what do we got? Or not a lot. So we got regen on our gloves, regen on our boots. So we have some sustain. A little bit of damage over time. I'm gonna keep this for the resistances. Refuge X. I'm gonna hold on to this Refuge Axe for when I want to go to Void Cleave.
Everything okay? What that must be. We have that. Are you'll stay safe.
All right, so we got a second specialization. Let's put Rive in there. A little extra attack speed. Probably take 2 nodes, 4 nodes, 1. Get that guaranteed crit. Yeah, I actually feel so strongly about this. We're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna take Hammer Throw. I want to get that chance to double hammers. Now I know the hammers will not return, but a 35% chance to double the damage could be very nice, and then pick up a couple nodes in attack speed. So yeah, we are dropping Vengeance. I don't think I'm going to recommend Vengeance early on. I think I'm going to recommend holding out for Rive. Now let's change this to Shield Bash. Could be cool. So this gives us melee attack speed. This is going to be just more damage overall, so I say let's take it. Flaming Bastard Sword. Interesting. Let's take that. +2 health regen instead of the... Yeah, this is probably just going to be better just to put points into armor clad. You get that sort of damage reduction as opposed to using something like the Vengeance. Vengeance is good in a few in-game builds. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, now this might actually make me put this combo down. Oh yeah, you can't use Shield Bash without a shield. Okay, well we found an early Grimoire. So it's going to give us health and vitality, but if we use potion, we lose health. But we gain a damage reduction. And we do increase necrotic damage. Let's see how severe. And let's change this back to Warpath. Okay, so chance to double damage, bam, extra attack speed. Okay, that's cool. Plus 10 fire. Okay. Okay. Plus 10 fire spell damage. 25% chance to cast fire aura on kill with fire skills. Oh, I'm like, man, we're hitting a lot of crits. Oh, here we go. Let's take that. Let's get rid of that. Let's just get rid of that. Okay, let's try out a shield again. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's get rid of that garbage. A cooldown recovery could come in handy. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm liking the hammer throw specialized in this way. Sure, it has a chance to deal double damage, but it's not as effective. We're gonna despecialize that. Alright, so let's put this back and let's go with... We're gonna take shield charge. Okay. I must admit, I do prefer lunge, but I've never used shield charge before, if you guys can believe it. Probably take that and then go up into here for a little damage reduction.
You're here for the Epoch. Reaching me was impressive, but it's mine. Core member wing. The Epoch is ours! Raya, aid me! Burn!
Okay. Hatchet. Added cold damage. Okay. Okay, so far it's feeling pretty cohesive.
I wrote the if more than now, which, speaking of,
I am kind of curious, like, how close. Let's bring this over here. Like, how close to, like, an actual guide made by people who play the game a lot more than I do. how much my analysis is lining up. So okay. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Specking in a shield rush is probably not a good idea. They recommend just going hammer throw right off the bat on that one. Four more days. That's right, Potato PC. How you doing over there on YouTube? Okay, so far, I started off going, yeah, you should take Vengeance because of the damage reduction. Honestly, at this point in the game, I don't feel like this is super useful. Rive is just better. I liked Hammer Throw, but I like it a little bit more unspec'd. Specking into Shield Rush early on, I don't think is a good idea. I personally prefer Lunge. I personally vastly prefer Lunge. Maybe specking into Warpath? I feel like if I'm going to spec into Warpath, though, then I would go with a Vengeance start. Hit a couple times with Vengeance, get the damage reduction, spin on top of their heads, rinse and repeat. Yeah, so we're gonna despecialize. Let's check out Warpath. What can we do? We can do the mana cost reduction, because honestly, I've been using Warpath a lot. What are you be playing on release, Potato PC?
He's back. He's been.
You're back. Now, do you got a friend by Arena? I'm so sorry to hear too. This is what's best for you. With the Epoch's power, I'll finally be able to.
I'm playing right now, just waiting for the Falconer update. Oh, okay, so you're going to be playing Falconer on release. Got it. I've had all sorts of people stop by. People who said they've never played before, they're waiting for a release, they're hyped. I've had people who've been like, oh, I played in the past, I'm waiting though. I'm waiting, I want to try Falconer or Warlock, you know, one of those. And there's people who are like, yeah, I'm playing right now. And I'm going to play whatever. You know, me personally, I'm playing Paladin. That's why we're doing a little Paladin prep. Just give me an idea what I should be looking for leading up to selecting Paladin as a character, but also I can offer some insight to anybody who comes by me. Be like, hey, I've tried out these skills. Here's what I think early on. Because Paladin was my first character, and I have done a whatchamacallit, a Void Knight and a Forge Guard, but yeah, I'm just excited for Paladin. Also, you know, the new Healing Hand skill tree, I'm definitely just going to try and incorporate that and ham fist that into a build. A lot of players pick Void Knight. Void Knight's very strong. I picked Paladin first, and when I tried Void Knight, I was like, dude, Void Knight is good. I still like Paladin more, but Void Knight is sweet. we'll do that. We'll take, so we're going to put 4 points here. Get our crits up. Okay, this has been fun, but we're not going to be using Shield Rush. I think I want to do a two-handed axe. Yeah, it's your choice in gameplay. Pick whatever you want or build. Yeah, and there's also there's a certain matter of, oh, I found this piece of gear. I think it'll be strong enough to carry me through whatever. Let me use that for now until I get to this point, and just kind of shape your build around that. Like I found so I'm not using anything from my stash. The only thing I did is I used 600k to buy myself a new stash tab. Just completely brand new stash tab, acting as if I'm a new player. I'm not using any of my my affixes or any of my shards. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I did find this grimoire leveling up. We're not gonna keep it, but it is giving me 36 health and 4 vitality. That is something. But this particular unique pickup was not like, oh, I'm gonna do an entire build around it. Let's change that out for unspec'd lunge. Hoping to get as set gear 2 with special effects just like D3. I think that'll be cool. I'm just in D3 it became, you know, set items or bust. There's a few builds that can do without it, but I wouldn't mind having the ability to kind of edit set items a little bit, kind of like legendary potential. Like legendary potential on set items, I think could be cool. Because right now, there's not a few legendary items that are items or sets that are in-game worthy, like corruption pushing worthy. There's a couple, but not many. By the way, is your opinion, do we need looter pets in the game? Like Diablo 3 looter pets. I don't think we need them. I do think it'd be cool, but I don't think they should be locked behind a paywall. I think we should be able to get them, and all they really do is pick up gold. I don't want them picking up items. Because right now, the only pets in the game are, you know, the pets that we can activate right here, and they're all cosmetic, and they're all, you have to pay for them. Now, I'm pretty sure we get Golden Guppy for buying the game pre-order, but is that still going to be a thing after the game hits full release? Is this strictly a pre-order bonus, or is everybody going to get this? Because if that's the case, for buying the game, you get a pet, then I could see them using the pet as simply as a gold looter. I think that would be cool. Oh, Potato, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. How about cosmetic costumes like PoE? I'm fine with that. You will try Forge Guard this time? Forge Guard was cool, for sure. I took that one all the way to level 94. I didn't really have a lot of identity, though, because a lot of the builds I was trying out on it were just like my Paladin builds that I had done. I found Void Cleave Multi-Strike to be pretty effective, but I've also done that on Paladin. That's actually what I'm planning to be my cycle starter. Half the reason why I'm doing this little stream, though, is just to see like what abilities should you take, because hold up. You don't get Void Cleave or Multi Strike pretty early. And I want to see how effective it is early on, or if that's just strictly a in-game build. I feel like it could be pretty effective early on, but I'm going to need to know how many points I need to put on it. They said Paladin will shine in co-op game with the buffs. Yeah, I was looking at the healing tree at the beginning of the stream. And obviously we haven't seen the full tree. We just saw a lot of what the devs highlighted for us. I don't think that's the full tree. And it certainly looked like there's a couple use case scenarios. Definitely could see it being very powerful in group play. I don't know for a solo player though if I would use any of that stuff to replace like leech, like a health leech as a solo player, except in the case of if I was using an item like Peak of the Mountain. I think it's Peak of the Mountain. Pure Tank Paladin, yeah. I could definitely see using it for if I'm using an item like Peak of the Mountain, somewhere I can't leech, because some uniques out there, like, you know, they're a little kiss curse, so to speak. They not only do they give you a buff, but they also give you a little bit of a debuff. And Peak of the Mountain, it gives you a great, amazing buff, like, wow, I get a huge amount of crit chance, but also, here, let me pull it up. Pull it up over here. So, if we take a look at this, Peak of the Mountain, an amazing buff, 240 to 290% critical strike chance, 2 to 5 all attributes, 40 armor. Oh, you cannot leech health from critical strikes. Well, as a solo player, most of the time, if you're running a melee build, that's a lot of your sustain. Also, if you're also running something like, let's say, Titan Heart, where you can't regenerate health, I mean, you're up shit's creek. But if you have that healing thing, especially if it's bound to your, like, let's say your melee attack, like, I could see that being useful. So I could definitely see it being useful even in solo play in certain scenarios with items like this where you can't leech. My main concern is you're going to be burning through a ton of mana with it. If you got it set up to where it activates off on melee attack, it uses 110% melee mana cost. Well, unless they update the cost of the mana in game right now, Healing Hands costs 11 mana. 110%. I'm not a math wizard, but I'm pretty sure that's 24 mana. On top of whatever costs you're already incurring on your melee attacks, that could be a lot. But yeah, so when the game comes out, I'm gonna, when I'm making my Paladin, I'm gonna take the ability regardless. I'm gonna specialize into it early and just fiddle with it. Okay. Yeah, and we'll go up here and we'll grab some of this because we got enough mana cost. We can start picking up Whirling Steel. Okay.
Go on then. Feeling lucky? Stay safe.
Okay, so as a new player, would I recommend gambling? Probably not. So I'm not going to do it. Okay, cool. I'm only going to use the idols they give. Let's get rid of that. I feel like we got enough sustain now. I'll go back to that. Save that for now. Okay, so let's go back to my stash. So I set up a new tab for as if I was a new player. Let me put all that stuff in there. So we're going to stick with this axe. Melee critical strike chance, 2%, and 13% melee attack speed. I think that's fine. For this kind of axe, might not need the melee attack speed as much. It's nice. Melee physical damage would be a good one. Okay. So I'm probably early on only going to put 20 points total into Sentinel, but I would not mind picking up Blade Master. I think this is going to be an overall 30-point spread, but let's try playing without Blade Master. Because 20 points will give us not only Smite, but it'll also give us Multi-Strike, which is what I do want. Because what would I need to do? I need to take 2 points here, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point. Two, 1, 1, 1. So 5 points, and then take Void Cleave. And for that, I mean, this is going to be really nice, but I might take an early. I would probably go up here first because I'm also going to plan on taking Avarice, which will give us Life Leech, but it's Elemental Life Leech. So if I can turn Void Cleave into a fire attack, that could give us a nice little bit of Life Leech. Oh, whoops. No, no, no. We don't want to go with Artem. Want to go with him because he gives us avarice. Immediate 13% elemental resistance. What's the max? 13. Oh, it's pretty standard. And then 3% elemental damage leached as health. And now we have multi-strike. So the real question. I'll leave it there for now. Okay. Okay, we're going to take that off. We're going to put that one on. Okay, so this could give us leech. Useful. Let's just take it for now. Let's teleport back here.
Companions, build a life you please. Stop him.
Okay. How rare is shred armor? Let's just put one. It might be a little bit rarer. That might have kind of ruined the spirit of a brand new run, but let's go to the gambler and get some rings.
These items might be your best bet.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna want a jade amulet. Well, that's good. All right, cool.
That's a winner.
Okay, so as a new player, this probably just cleared out whatever gold I had built up. And just for giggles. Okay, cool. Yeah, so far coming along okay. Yeah, let's take a chance on this guy. This guy's taking a while. A belt with cooldown reduction. Oh, okay. Think I will take that. Boots with cooldown. That would cool down. Okay, we lost a little void resistance I can do. That puts me at 17, so I gotta put 1 point here, or I gotta put 3 points here. So I can respec here, get that maxed out resistance. Okay. That could be useful. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I like the Rive, I like the Warpath. The Hammer Throw just feels way too strong to ignore. Off stream, I'm probably going to have to start another Paladin again. And then try running through with just Hammer Throw up until we get the Paladin spec. Okay, that looks useful. Oh. Oh, here we go. This is oh, yes. Yes. Oh, this is going to be useful. Oh, yeah. Let's put point there. Stay back. It's Paladin time, boys.
You seem a little This is what is like. He might be kind enough to show you how to tap
Okay. Well, we are gonna say goodbye to Warpath and hello, Holy Aura. Instant 30% damage boost. Now, the real question is, should I go for Volatile Reversal?
May it bear a smile upon you. Farewell.
Why do you think it's bugged? Okay. Well, what are some of the issues with it that are leading you to believe that it's bugged right now? I feel like I heard Aaron talk about the nodes not working or something. Okay. But I think I use it on my shield throw, so I'm gonna check. I hope. Like I see 0 point in going Paladin and not using Holy Aura. Like with all respect, I see 0 point. He was turking about, yeah. Healing hand. It's bugged? Well, it doesn't even... I just had a dab. My bad. It's okay. Healing hand's bugged. Well, I mean, I don't know why I'd want to use healing hand. Yeah, no tree. Yeah. It doesn't have a tree. They announced the skill tree today. They didn't show the full tree. At least in my opinion, they didn't show the full tree. They showed like 8 or 9 nodes, which I would find kind of weird if that was the full tree. Because most skill trees have more than that. So I was theory crafting earlier about Paladin and like what a good start would be. So I was kind of like looking at the abilities in the planner, and I was just like, hey, how about I just put it to practice? So at first I was saying, yeah, I think everybody should go Vengeance. I quickly learned that that was not the way. I was saying Vengeance because of the damage reduction, but it just didn't have enough damage. So then I spec'd into Rive. Rive has been good, but I'm thinking like Hammer Throw feels really strong. Now Rive's been pretty strong too. Not gonna lie. Rive has been strong. You got an erection right now, coach? Champions World. Can't say that I have. And is the movie called Champions? Oh, yeah, Champions. Okay, cool. Hey, so Reefer, I don't know if you go on to Twitter much, but you might have seen this in the Discord. You see that David Harbour's working with Last Epoch to create an item for the game? I was like, wait, what? David Harbour? Oh, bro, I was like, he's such a G, man. I remember, yeah, he's a big D&D guy. And I learned he was a D&D guy because there's a D&D channel that I referenced for a while. I haven't checked out their content for a while. Not because I don't recommend them, because I just haven't been doing it all that much D&D. And they were a smaller channel. I think they were like nerd whatever. Definitely smaller channel, like in the grand scheme of things. And he approached them for an interview over Skype. He was like, hey, let's have a conversation and talk about D&D. And I'm like, how in the world did this smaller YouTube channel get somebody like David Hart? And you know what? He's that cool of a guy. You know, Last Epoch, 11th Hour Games, they are a smaller developer, maybe not for long, but then I'm sure he reached out to Last Epoch. Just knowing the way that he is, I'm like, dude, that is just so cool, man. Respect. Yo, Joe Magnell, yeah. Magnanello. Now that, like, I didn't know Joe was a D&D guy until I was watching that first season of Critical Role, right? If you don't know what Critical Role is, they're a group of voice actors who had a D&D game and then they took it. Oh, you know of it? Okay, yeah. I didn't know that Joe am I saying his name right? Joe Magnanello? I feel like I'm pronouncing that wrong. Anyway. Oh, you follow them on Twitch? So I discovered them back in 2015, right? When they did the Vin Diesel episode. And I just started watching them. I caught up with all their past episodes and I kept watching. And then I got to that point where I'm like, what? Like the guy from what was the name of that movie? Magic Mike? They got him on this show? I mean, they had Vin Diesel, so. Is it Maganello? No. I would have to look it up. I don't want to butcher his last name. Yeah, so this entire stream is basically from a new player's perspective, what's a nice smooth leveling experience, offer my insight, recommend it, probably use it myself for when we're leveling on release, and then see how well we can transition into something like Void Cleave Multi-Strike. Well, good for him, man. That guy's been streaming a lot. You got a lot of people watching him right now? Oh, sweet. What I got on earlier, I saw that Perry the Pig had 500 people watching him. I'm like, Perry? I'm like, you know what? Good for freaking Perry, man. Well, no, especially good for Perry, because like when I started streaming the game, it was like, you know, right before the big update, and he was like one of the first people who actually came into my channel. I had like Cookbook in here, Cookbook SBMM or something, and I just call him Cookbook. He was chilling, and then Perry came in here, and he just he left a nice little comment or something, nothing much. And then, like a couple days later, he then raided my stream, like sent like 60 people my way. I'm like, what? For somebody who was used to streaming to like 2 or 3 people, that was huge at the time, man. It still is kind of huge. Yeah, so I wish all the best of luck to those guys, man. Those guys have worked their butts off. Both Perry and Aaron and Dread, man, hats off. Those guys deserve everything that they can get, because they've been streaming this game for a long time. Not a big Perry fan. He's got a style. He also wants Warpath deleted from the game, but I mean, that's not enough for me to be like, oh my gosh. Yeah, he's very good for the community. Yeah, I got you. It's just one of those things. I don't need you to explain it. Okay, so I think I'm actually gonna dip into Void Knight first because I want to get Volatile Reversal, plus I can pump some points into here. Happens to you all the time. That's all good. Yeah. Officially, I'm on my 2 weeks. My wife and I got some chores that we got to do. Yeah, bird up. My wife and I got some chores that we got to do Saturday and Sunday. So, I mean, there'll still be streams, but we're not going to be doing super long streams. And then it's all in preparation for the fact I'm going to have those the 2 weeks off. So we're going to try and get a lot of stuff done, because at least for, you know, after Wednesday up until Saturday of next week, it's going to be a lot of like long streams for me. So we want to make sure we got stuff done. We got groceries in the fridge. We just want to have a game plan, you know. Also kind of a bummer. I will admit it's gone from really quiet to oh my god all of a sudden. Like when I got home from work, I got home a little earlier today. So I got home around 3 something Pacific. There was 12,000 people watching last Epoch, man. When I started streaming this game, there was, I don't know, the day I started streaming, there was like 50 people watching the game. I'm glad the game is getting attention. I only heard about it last week and I love it. Oh, okay. Well, welcome to the channel, Franco. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad the game's getting attention too, because it deserves it. I don't even know how many people were watching on YouTube, because when I started streaming the game, I was Twitch only. I started split streaming over here to YouTube in November, and that's been growing. You know what I gotta do? I gotta check Steam charts. I gotta see how many people have been playing the game lately. Got restart PC. All right. See you soon, Reefer.
Stand down or die.
There we go. We unlock Void Cleave, but I am going to wait until level 20 to specialize it and multi-strike. Might have been a good idea to specialize multi-strike earlier, though. Some levels on that. Actually, I'm going to do that right now. Yeah, I should have done that earlier. Because all I got to do is get down to here, so I need 2 more points. Oh, whoops. Oh, we're in town. I'm like, wait, what happened to all my elemental resistance? There we go. Oh wait, yeah, we can't forge anymore on it.
Farewell.
Oh, welcome back, man. Hey, Dragon, what's up, man? Just getting back from helping spread some managed democracy. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, Squeak! Squeak, thank you for the raid! Helldivers 2 is so much rando fun. Yeah, I'm probably going to pick it up this weekend. My buddy's got it. Get in, play with them for a little bit. Possibly. I get it, Squeak. How'd your stream go today, man? Critical strike multiplier, okay. And it's a jade. What do we got on here right now? Yeah, let's take that. Solid Friday, just some monoliths on VK, got to level 89. Not sure if I'm optimizing leveling right or if that matters, but it's a good time. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we're doing a bit of a Paladin test run, just testing out some theories. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Do we go for the bleed right now? I feel like we need to go for the... critical strike multiplier. One more level here, and then I grab this. Oh, yeah, it's a ton of fun. Yeah, I think my one screw up this leveling run was not immediately switching to multi-strike. Because I would have had the levels by now. I would have had the 5 points. Yeah. Oh, hey, what up, Merkware? You see the changes to healing hands? Yes, sir. We covered them at the start of the stream. The fact that it's getting a skill tree. Yes, sir. Seems cool. My thoughts on it. Looks like it's going to be very strong for group play. As a solo player, I feel like it's going to have a few niche like pickups that you can do with it, but how do I phrase this? So obviously I'm going to take it. Like when I'm playing, I'm just going to ham fist it right into the build. I'll get rid of something. I'm going to take it. But how's it going to replace Leech for me? You know what I'm saying? As a solo player, like in group play, it looks like it's going to be amazing. Because if you put it on your like your basic attack, or you make it proc when you do a melee attack, that 110% mana increase, if Healing Hands is 11 mana, because that's what it is right now in the game. It's 11 mana. Then, and it gets 110% increase. You're looking at 23, 24 mana cost, roughly. And that's going to proc every time you do a melee attack, assuming you put all 4 points into it. That's a huge mana cost just to have a little extra healing. You could also throw it on Smite, but then it's going to heal your target, which in solo play, unless you're like right up in their grill plate, that's not really going to be healing you a whole lot. It'd be healing your allies. As a traversal skill, there is possibilities there, but with Lunge, if you're specialized in Lunge, you can regain a ton of health just by tapping an enemy with Lunge with this node right here. Health gain, and you can get 2 charges. You can get 2 charges of Lunge and regain a ton of health just for tapping an enemy with Lunge. And it has a kill threshold. As a beam, I think there's possibilities. It's going to scale with attunement, I believe, so it could definitely fit in with some builds, but if you're running like a high strength melee build, we'll see. The most notable thing that I thought it could really help with is this. If you're running, my thoughts were Spellcaster. Yeah, for sure. Healing Hands is your main damage ability. It procs Smites. Does it proc Smites? I thought it procced off of Smites. This is the main thing I thought it could be super useful for, is if you're running Peak of the Mountain and you can't leech. Oh, with idols. I got you. If you're running something like Peak of the Mountain, especially if you're also running Titan Heart, which, you know, that takes away your health regeneration, at that point you have no healing. I could see Healing Hand really stepping in, and you can fully benefit from both of these items while still having sustain. So this was like my number one use case, because most of the time we see Peak of the Mountain, it's used in what, low life builds where you're using ward. This could be a use case where, hey, I don't have to worry about health leech because I figured out a way to make Healing Hands work for me because there's a skill tree for it now. That's a huge cost investment, in my opinion, to have to invest into a skill, give up another skill you might have been using, all just so you can use stuff like Peak of the Mountain. You're using it on your Falconer build, the Peak of the Mountain? Yeah. Yeah, so I see it as a way for Paladins to, or any class that dips into Paladinry and takes Healing Hands, to use Healing Hands to help replace it. Well, we've only seen a few nodes. We haven't seen the full tree yet. Because, I mean, we saw, what, 8, 9 nodes? Something like that? And a full tree has all of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28? And we saw 9? I mean, that's a huge down. Like, I mean, it's an upgrade, right? It's actually got a skill tree, but if that's the only 9 nodes you can pick from in there, there's a lot we don't know yet. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And that's why I'm just going to take it, like, straight up. When I'm leveling Paladin, I'm just going to take Healing Hands. See if there's a use case there. So were you streaming today, Merkware? Or were you just chilling? Oh, you're lurking. Catch you later, man.
Stand down or die.
So that puts my melee critical strike at 11. Just This is just a global melee critical strike. I'm getting an extra 100% when I use Void Cleave, so it's going to make it 22%. And then it also applies critical vulnerability. Each stack of critical vulnerability adds an additional 2% to be crit, reduces critical strike avoidance by 10%, and lasts 4 seconds. Stacks up to 10 times. Well, I doubt we're going to be able to fully stack critical vulnerability that much. Maybe twice. Hey, what up, Marvel Man? How you doing tonight? Okay, 150% crit chance increase, and then 4 more points here. This will give us a ton of critical strike multiplier. I'm wondering though, should we invest 3 points into grabbing at least this? Ignite, bam. Also, we probably don't even need the physical increase. JU, read the healing. Yeah, man. Yeah. We checked it out at the beginning of the stream. It's gonna be interesting. As a solo player, it might have a few use cases. I don't think it would replace Health Leech. It looks like it'd be really nasty in group play though, like for sure. Like that'd be nuts because it's an area of effect heal. But like if you want to get the one where if you want to take the node where every time you do a melee attack you heal, that 110% mana cost increase. Oh man, that's gonna, like, every time you attack, assuming you take all 4 points in the node, that's just like what, 23, 24 mana. Boom. There's ways you can try and reduce that mana cost, but man, that's gonna be brutal. And on top of it, if you're playing solo and you're already rolling with a health leech build of some kind, like a bleeding heart, or you got leech from melee on your gloves or weapon, you're probably already set. This is what I thought would be one of the primary use cases though, is dipping it. If you picked up something like Peak of the Mountain, where where you cannot leech health from critical strikes, and the idea of when you're using Peak of the Mountain is you're trying to get that critical strike chance, right? So I was like, so if we use Peak of the Mountain and we can't leech health from critical strikes, but we got healing hands as a solo player, that could be really beneficial. Possibly. It also looks like it would work really well with attunement builds. The teleport, I thought, not the teleport, the traversal skill I thought was cool. I don't know if it would ever replace lunge for me. Again, I'm speaking as a solo player, because let's take a look at lunge. Lunge, you hit the target. Now, granted, you do require a target with lunge, whereas you don't require a target with this one. But right off the grip with lunge, you can immediately spec into Dawn Charge, which is going to give a health gain of percentage missing health for hitting the target. So I think for me, primarily playing solo, we'll see. What I'm gonna do though, I'm gonna take it when I'm leveling up on Wednesday and see how I can make it fit. We haven't seen the full skill tree yet. We saw like 8 or 9 nodes. Your average tree has 25 to 30. So what have you been up to today, Marvel Man? All right, let's take that node. Today sucked. I'm just finally getting to sit down and chill. Well, thanks for choosing me, man. I appreciate it. Hopefully you get some good grinding in on Last Epoch tonight. Or whatever you choose to do. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be going Void Cleave Multi-Strike. The tricky part is getting there. You don't get Void Cleave to level 19, and you don't get Multi-Strike until you put 15 points in the Sentinel tree. That was a very that was kind of rough. There was some jank there in the leveling thing. I was trying out all these different things. I didn't have a clear idea of what I wanted to specialize into. First it was Vengeance, then it was Warpath, then I did Rive for a while. I feel like if I had just picked a skill pretty early on and stuck with it, would have had a smoother leveling up period. And that's why we're doing this. Of course, I'd sit down and chill with you. LOL, gotta hang out with the LE bubs. Appreciate it. Okay, cooldown reduction's a rare node, so we got lucky with that pickup. I feel like movement speed's sort of common. So I'm going to throw some movement speed on here. I'm second guessing my Falconer starter. You'll be fine. Just go for it. Just do it. Just do it. What I'm trying to do with this, though, is I'm trying not to use my stash or my gold. I'm trying to estimate in my head what kind of shards I've already picked up to know what I can put onto my gear. I think I might have messed up with my axe, because shred armor on hit might be a bit of a rarer node. Might be a little bit on the rarer side, and I threw that onto this axe and it's amazing, but now I'm like, did I just kind of scuff my own starter, 1.0, where we're gonna have nothing? I don't think so. The only thing I threw on this axe was the chance to shred armor on hit. Otherwise, it came with the melee critical strike chance. It came with the melee physical damage. The implicit already has bleed. This is an amazing starter axe. I mean, it requires level 14, but it suits the build quite well. Then we got a critical strike multiplier. 10% melee attack speed. That's a yes. Jade Amulet. Highly recommend for a build like this, or even any starter build. Okay, so I can dip 5 points. Do I put 5 points into melee damage leech his health, or do I keep honestly, I would do that. Honestly, I would recommend that and try and figure out another way around leech. Yeah, because like, what are we sitting at right now? We're sitting pretty on just about everything except poison and necrotic. And this is with suboptimal. Dude, Paladin is just so freaking strong with the resistance game. You get all of these really easily. You mostly, on your gear, you got to focus on putting poison and necrotic. And honestly, once you unlock all your idle slots, you could probably make up for this there until you can figure it out on your gear. Let me throw. Yeah, there we go. We throw some poison resistance on our ring. Okay. Okay. Honestly, I don't know if I needed that cold resistance because I haven't dipped into the Paladin tree yet. Honestly, though, I'm probably not going to dip into this. I'm probably going to want to take this. Increase physical and fire damage. Because this is solid right there. What level are we? Level 23. Yeah, this has been a really fun leveling experience. Okay, so with this, I'm going to actually pivot. I'm going to take this, and then come back down here and pick those up. And the reason why I'm doing this early is because my only source of sustain right now is Avarice, and that's elemental damage. Right now, I'm just doing void and physical. Damage at max stacks. We can get an extra stack. Let's do it. Is this a global bonus? I don't think it is. I guess we could also dip into alpha cuts. 1, and then take 3 points here. Then we can dip into armor or... Yeah, this one gain extra damage. Well, armor. So this health cooldown reduction. So we'll be losing a little bit of health, but we'll get some necrotic resistance, which we're kind of weak on. Ah, I took the chance. So that was 5. This is 6. And we get the +1 strength. Yeah, let's put it there. Let's get that 11%. Probably not. Oh, hello. Yeah, we probably do want to upgrade. Let me take a look at the planner. So what level are we? We're level 25. So let's look at the armor. So we're probably going to want to be keeping an eye out for full plate. I think we have iron plate right now. Honestly, iron plate might be the better pickup because we can get that cold resistance implicit. The difference between that 45 armor is probably not going to be much. Okay. Alright, yeah, let's keep an eye out for iron plate. What are we wearing right now? We're not wearing. Add a rule. Let's recolor it this light blue and emphasize. Item type, we're going to be looking for iron plate. We're going to add a condition affix. I want to see it. I want it highlighted. If it has strength. Well, yeah, let's keep it simple. Let's just highlight it if it has strength. So we're going to go for attributes, strength, confirm. Advanced options. Let's have it highlight if it's more equal to tier 2. There we go. We can minimize that. Because what kind of resistance do we have on here? 21% physical. Okay. Alright, time to dip into this tree. Might need to dip 1 point into that, but then we can get like some health, some endurance. Yeah, honestly, this is probably going to be better. Going for that flame penetration right up there. Instead of trying to scale physical, we can take 1 point here. Grab that. Oh, okay. We're gonna have enough points for this though, because we could take 2 here. That'll put us at 11, 5, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. Won't be able to take any of that. So we won't be able to take the true strike. Gonna hit the hay later. Catch you later, Air Dragon. Thanks for stopping by.
Have identified when the void began to sweep over the world centuries before they would seek out the outcast queen, leader of the living realms, and show her the rest will be
You call that armor?
What do you want?
Alright, let's turn these in.
May I share a smile upon you? Farewell, greetings.
Yeah. This is my cycle starter build. No uniques except for the guaranteed one. Some rare X. All we need is melee critical strike chance, and we got ourselves a lot of crit. It's fun. This is fun. I'm glad I did this stream instead of trying to figure out all this on on the day. This was an in-game build I crafted on my already level 100 Paladin, so I had no idea if it was a alright leveling build, but yeah, it seems good. Everything I theorized is happening. Just gotta tighten up that first 20 levels. Right. We gotta go through that door. I always do that. Okay, let's go. Holy shit. Oh my god. Dude, chat, get a load of this. There's 16,000 people playing Last Epoch right now. We had a 24-hour peak of 21,000. Damn. Let's look up like Helldivers. Now that's probably gonna be. Oh, error. Okay. Okay. I'll be losing some lightning resistance. Oh, yeah, we can't do anything about that. Please be lightning. Cold resistance. Okay. Well, we're not going to mess with that anymore. I'm actually doing pretty good on physical and void. Mostly lacking. Physical. Okay, you know, I'll take it. Level 27. We gotta hit level 35, and then we're gonna drop our unspec rebuke for a spec volatile reversal. Dodge that bullet. How's your build experiment going? Well, we got through the rough stages, Potato. It's now going pretty well. I knew I wanted to do Void Cleave Multi-Strike on launch, but you got to understand, Void Cleave and Multi-Strike come to you at later levels. Void Cleave comes to you at level 19. Multi-Strike comes to you at 15 points in the Sentinel tree, right? So I'm like, okay, so how are we going to do for the first 20 points? And that's what I was trying to figure out, how to make it nice and smooth. I'm going to try again off stream, another Paladin run. I'll probably just stick with like Hammer Throw or something. Try and find another axe, because you need an axe like that. One with bleed, and preferably some sort of melee crit chance on it. It's not required, but it helps, because you need a two-handed weapon for the build to work, because Void Cleave needs either a two-handed axe or two-handed sword. So I was like, and I found that kind of early on, like right around level 14. So I was trying Rive, I was trying out these different things. I think I'll just stick with something like Hammer Throw, just to make it a little bit smoother, because I kept like respecking all these different abilities and trying them out. But when I got to level 20, I was then able to spec into 3 skills, and that was Holy Aura, Multi-Strike, Void Cleave. It's been like butter. Yeah. Well, you see, I created Void Cleave Multi-Strike as a build, but that was like an in-game build. I respec my level 100 Paladin. I got the video up on my YouTube channel, and it's got all these like really good like in-game items, but I'm like, well, what about the early game? What if you're leveling? And that's what I was trying to figure out, because I don't want to be trying to figure out all this stuff in real time on Wednesday. I wanted to just be able to boot up the game and go. And have an idea of what I was doing. No. Yeah, I guess that's one thing, but at least you'll have somewhat of an idea, PJ. Because, you know, I mean, you're still going to have access to the same basic Acolyte skills. By search on game, I'm ending on Undecember. I've heard of the game. I haven't played of it. I haven't played it. Okay, this one has critical strike multiplier and leech. I would prefer the weapon to come with critical strike, melee critical strike, maybe a little, and then it'd be between melee fire or melee physical or melee critical strike multiply. I'll take it though. Oh, oops.
What do you want?
Welcome, traveler.
I'm just fighting this like death looking thing and then I accidentally talk to that person. Oh, and she's dead. Oh no. Can this annoying little. Okay. 39% cold resistance. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and end it for the night. I'll be back again tomorrow. We'll probably be doing some Void Night and maybe discussing everything that happened here. So if you're over here on Twitch, I'm gonna send you over towards Reefer Sage. He's playing Dragon's Dogma, but he does stream Last Epoch. He will most certainly be here at launch. Anyway, you guys take care. All right, YouTube. Thanks for rocking with me tonight. Appreciate you guys. I'm going to go ahead and shut her down. I'll be back again tomorrow. You guys are awesome. 158 live views. That's awesome. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much. Anyway, you guys take care.